in shopping or this, then it may be negative sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Well, yes, you're right. Security, in a nutshell, we can say, then security comes in different formats or different parts. Cybersecurity includes everything, right from the perimeter of the building till your system. I'll give you an example later on as well, or a very small example. If I'll say, if there is a bank server located somewhere, okay, at a remote area, okay, and that is just open, okay, that's not in a building, or there is no security, no boundary, then can we say is it secured? Right? We can't say, right? It's open. It's totally open, right? There could be air, there could be sun rays that can impact the systems, right? But is it cybersecurity? What do you think? Is it if I have the entire system in a bank, in a building within a boundary, is it cybersecurity?
No.
Why no? Your
Uh,
data is
Cyber
within the
means
system, right?
internet when we are connected with the network. So whether you are within boundary or you are online, it is the cyberspace.
Hmm. So your
not a
data is
physical
actually
security,
electronic.
actually, na?
The cybersecurity is a
That's
very
how to.
huge paradigm. Okay. Information security, cyber security, it all comes together. So whenever because your data is there in the server, it has to be secured, right? It has to be secured from the external threat. It has to be secured from the weather. It has to be secured from rodents. It has to be secured from digital threats as well. It has to be secured from unidentified accesses as well. So there are this is the entire gamut of it. Okay. So that's where cybersecurity comes into the picture, as well as cybersecurity, information security will hear these two words hand in hand. People do use these words interchangeably. Okay, so the entire part comes into cybersecurity and information security. Okay, and if we talk about cybersecurity or any security, there are three main principle or three strategy views. That's the core of this cybersecurity. First is technology, second is process, and third and the major part is people. So if people defies, then all process and technologies doesn't work. Any examples of it? If people can defy the things, or uh, how why this is the majority, or this is the important part of the core, cybersecurity core. Any thoughts why it is? Let me give you an example. A few years ago, I think in the year 2018, there was a huge breach at Equifax. Okay, Equifax, if you know, that is a competitor of our Sibyl. We know that Sibyl is a TransUnion credit storage company, right? Which has our credit scores. Similarly, Equifax is another organization from US. Okay, they have their servers in their services across the world, even in India as well. Okay, there are a few banks who are using Equifax. They have everything, every system size are quite secured. No one can log in, no external threat could log in. Systems or their data centers are at remote places. Everything were in place, but still they had a breach. The data was stolen. Do you know why and how? The reason was because one of the employee, who was really trusted employee, he had the password stored in a file. Okay, the password of the group drive was in a file. Someone was able to access it, and then all the mishaps started and happened. That was a very huge breach. The fines were in millions of dollars. Okay, I don't remember the exact number, but that was in millions of dollars. So that's why people comes as a core part of it. Processes one can define, one can apply rules everywhere where system will work. Technology you can define, you can do the backup, you can do the access control, everything, the system will work. But the point where it usually fails, or there is lags, or there is some snag comes up, majority it would be people. Okay, shall we go ahead? I think yes, no, anything, no. Okay, then why we need cybersecurity? There are few examples like protection of sensitive data. What are the sensitive data then? When I say what is protection of sensitive data, then what we actually mean it, right? So, for example, if you come across a number, or maybe if anyone can give example of sensitive data, then I'll explain that on that basis. Any example of sensitive data?
Any defense data or any aviation data, any data.
That is very high level. Any data which is to
If we
defense
talk
is
about
very on a
the
very higher level. Let's come to our places. You
students'
yourself. There
data,
are, sorry,
Credentials, our credentials, bank credentials,
credentials.
yeah, our
Okay,
credentials,
confidential data,
confidential data, credentials. Okay,
birthdays.
but you don't share the credentials usually, right? Birthdays, yes. But let's say your birthday is sensitive to you,
bank account
correct?
details,
Bank account details, fine. Let's say if I'm giving you a number. If everyone can write, I'm giving you a number. Okay, write it. 4375 5116 6007 2008. Okay. Now, this is a data, this is a number. Is it sensitive?
It can be somebody's credit card number.
Okay. Then is it sensitive or not?
yes,
Yes.
sensitive.
If the information is not
Yes.
connected to that number, that is not sensitive. But if you will connect something
Exactly.
important information to the number, that will be sensitive.
Exactly. Any information the wrong or along with the context of it. Any specific number I'll give you, that is a random number. That's not sensitive. Maybe if you understand 16, if I were to give a 15-digit number, though it's a American Express credit card number, people may or may not understand that it is a number. Or if I won't say that between spaces, people may think that it's a random number, right? But if coined a word card, right? Credit card, debit card, prepaid card, Aadhaar card, right? If I coin a word along with it, at that point of time, that number became sensitive, right? Whether the word credit card is sensitive, no, right? Whether the number itself is sensitive, I don't think so. But if take two different words, credit card and the number, then it became sensitive, right? So, in order to protect the sensitive data, and before sensitive, I'll come back to sensitive as well in the later slides when we talk about labels. What we do in order to protect of sensitive data or prevention of financial losses, these cybersecurity plays a very crucial role, right? And what it does, let's say if my data is lost, then how it will impact, or if the data is hacked, how it will impact. So I given you example of Equifax, right? What do you think that it would happen to the clients of Equifax when they know that their data is readily available or it's already on the internet? What they thought about Equifax at that point of time? Given the point, let's say your data was there at Equifax, okay, your credit card, your credit score was there, then how you would have thought about Equifax at that point of time? Did you did you find it did you find felt it lower, or did you had trust? Could you have trusted it? Hello, am I audible now? Hello, 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 hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, sorry,
Yes, sir,
I thought I'm
audible.
not audible. Okay, okay, okay. So, did you think that, I mean, if your data would have been compromised, then can you maintain trust with Equifax at that point of time?
No.
I guess no, right? And what about the reputation? There would multiple things that would have fallen apart, right? Reputation was one of the things, right? Apart from the monetary loss, apart from the data loss, reputation also was lost, right? Was there a business continuity? There might have been hiccups. People might would think like that they may not trust it. Okay, were they able to defend the evolving threats? Threats are there all the time. They may or may not have been done. Okay, and due to cybersecurity, also there are security across. Defense is one of the things. National security cannot only be done on from the borders. That can be started from you, me, everyone, from your phone itself. Let's say for every at some point of time we had heard like government has banned Chinese apps, right? That was one of the because our data was being going to China, and that was again threat, right? Then the laws and regulations in order to prevent these things, there are compliances, laws and regulations. That's why we also need cybersecurity. It also helps us to define how the data will be in the control of users, right? So when you say that this is my sensitive data, my name is sensitive data, date of birth is sensitive data, then that uh, it cannot be shared. That means you want to have your control on your data, right? That means users are being empowered. That's why we also need cybersecurity, right? And this is also important in our digital transformations from day to day life, right? 10, 12 years ago, there was nothing like, but maybe 20 years ago, when I developed my first website, there was nothing like HTTPS. Now every website is on HTTPS, right? That means systems are secured now. At that point of time, nothing was there. If I'm sending any information, if I'm opening a website, I can just tap that, and I was able to read everything. So that was the case, but that's not possible now directly. I mean, in a normal way. Okay. Any questions? No. Okay. So in a nutshell, these are the major things like why we need cybersecurity: human rights, trust and reputations, cost
Hello.
infrastructure. Hello.
Yeah, sir. I have a one
Mm,
question.
yep.
Like, how we do know that our data is leak or compromised? Because whenever we see the news or somewhere, it's
Mm-hmm.
showing that lakhs of data or something, millions of data are
Just a
leaked or a sale in the dark web. Then
sure.
how
Just a
we
one second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm getting a call. Hello. Yeah. Sorry.
तो जब तक हम
yeah,
अफेक्टेड नहीं
Uh,
होंगे तब तक हमें पता नहीं चलेगा ना.
Usually, yes. I mean, there are few things which are there. Passwords for passwords, there are systems like Chrome provides that information that your data has been compromised. Your password has been compromised. Apple provide those informations for your passwords. Few things are there, and then until unless we if the data is not floated, we won't be able to get to know, right? For example, कल को इंडिगो में let's say data hack हो गया, if that data is stolen, until us they will make it public, no one will get to know, right? So those things are there until that is the things are there. Or if you are in the dark web, things are getting sold out in dark webs, these things are there, right? So until unless you are active, you may not get to know easily. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Oh, sorry, my screen is not shared. No? Sorry. Visible? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So we are on the slide,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Why we need
Visible.
cybersecurity, right? Okay. So okay. So we have got a nut, and the nutshell we have something. Okay. So that means cybersecurity is essential because it protects data, preserves the trust of individuals, nations, also ensures operational stability, and uh, also prevents the financial losses. Right. That's why we need it. Let's go ahead. So now think about something like what is the average cost of data breach? I mean, I've give you one example. Like the average cost of data breach is millions of dollars, including fines, legals, loss, and business. That was one of the Equifax. If you think about power grids, hospitals, water treatment plants, everything is connected with internet now, right? You might have heard like some time ago in US, the power grids were controlled remotely, right? And that is also connected to internet. So the problem gonna be huge if things security are not in place a proper way. Because now 10 years 15 years ago, people were hardly connected to internet in so intrusively. Now everywhere you find everything is interconnected, not only internet but also the devices. For example, if you're using Alexa, if you're using a simple vacuum cleaner, if you're using a sample smart switches, smart plugs, everything is connected through internet, right? Your cameras, your bulbs, those things are also connected with internet now, right? So if there would be a breach, things can go wrong. But I'm not making you making you scared, so don't worry about it. There are things to be things that can be prevented, but these are the scenarios. Okay, that's why we need cybersecurity. Okay. Okay. Now let's get ahead into the CIA triad. Every security is governed by three principles. That is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We call it CIA triad. When we talk about confidentiality, it is like preventing sensitive information from reaching to the wrong people. Right. That means your sensitive data should not reach to the hackers, or it should not be it would not be out. Right. One of the example is like using a password or two-factor authentication, that you are the one who is actually accessing the account. Right. Now you might have seen that when you are logging to any app like your food delivery app or social media, whenever you put in the password, they also ask for the OTP, right? They do it. So that is another way to make sure that it is the actual person who is actually logging, who owns the account, who owns the account, or who owns the ID. Okay, and the data is not visible or accessible to anyone else. Okay. Second one is integrity. It ensures that the data which is provided is accurate to maintain trustworthiness, and it is accurate to the entire life cycle of it. So, for example, if you open a website, if you are okay, even you're transferring an amount to your friend, okay, you have opened a bank account, you're transferring some amount. Let's say you're transferring 500 rupees, okay, and when it at the end point when your friend received, he actually received 300 rupees or 100 rupees, then what would be your thoughts? How will you think? Like, you'll lose trust, right? Because the amount has been changed, the accuracy, it was not, integrity was not maintained of your transaction, right? That's why integrity is important. And the third one is availability. That's where the first example of that bank server at an open location will come into the picture, right? When your servers are proper, everything is there, but it is, if it is not available, then if it is of no use, right? When you have to make a call and the phone is not available, you don't have network, then it is of no use, right? So availability is also important, and that's where this entire three principles, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, play a crucial role in security. Any questions, anyone? No. Okay, as I was talking about authentication for the or confidentiality, I thought to keep this one multi-factor authentication because this is now readily used by everyone. So when we talk about multi-factor authentication, we talk about any two ways of verification or identification of an individual user. Okay, that can be defined by something you know. Something you know can have password, PIN, security questions. That means you know that. You know the password of your account. You know the PIN of your device. You know the security question which you have set when you were creating your account, right? Something you have, that could be OTP, that could be hardware token, that could be a authenticator app. Okay, one time password. So when you key in the password and then you get one time password, then you got two factors, right? Something you know and something you have. The third one could be something you are. That could be a fingerprint, iris scan, face scan, voice recognition. So if you have more than one factor associated in any of the authentication, then you call it multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication. Okay. Any questions? That means you should have knowledge, something you know, something you possess, or something you inherit. So if you cannot change your fingerprint, you cannot change your face, you cannot change your face can be changed, but you cannot change your iris scan or voice, right? So any questions here? If not,
No,
then
sir.
let's go. Let's go to this quiz. Now, if you can try to scan this, if it is possible, let me try what it is opening. Are you able to scan it? Can you go to questions? Yeah. Are you able to get the question?
Yes, sir.
So the question is, I go to a bank branch with self check. Okay. Everyone knows what is a self check, right? No. Okay. A self check is something as your check, which is your own check, and you have mentioned you have to withdraw the amount, any amount, and you have mentioned self in that, and you are going with at the bank with your sign and presenting it to the counter. Then is it a multi-factor authentication or not?
Not.
No, you have to put your answers here. You don't have to tell me. Okay, 4 has said no. Okay, 4 has said no, 1 has said yes. Go ahead. Only 5 people have responded. Can I get more responses, please? Still 5. Come on. You have to just scan and put your answers.
Guys,
Yes or
just
no.
please respond. Please respond. We have almost 37 people on the call. At least we should get 30 responses.
Yes, yes.
How do they have to respond? Is the link available in chat?
They have to just scan it. If not, I can provide the link. You can go to this
Okay,
link
maybe you
as
can
well.
just provide the
Hmm,
link in the chat. Maybe that'll help.
Probably. Yes. Help. Yep. Yep. You can see this question. You have to just respond. I have already pinged the link in the chat. Go ahead. Open it. Okay, we got 8 responses. Got 10. Nice. 20 more. Go ahead. Don't be shy. It's just yes or no. I'm not asking your name. Go ahead. Still 10. I'll keep this for 2 more minutes. We are at 6:38. I'll keep this for 2 more minutes. You can respond. 11. Nice. People are waking up.
Guys, if you don't interact, then this training is actually you're not helping your own self. Please engage and interact and share your thoughts so that you can learn. It doesn't matter if your answer is correct or incorrect. Important
Yeah,
thing
it's
is to,
just don't think that it is correct or not. I'll anyway explain. Last 1 minute. Okay, we have got 30 responses. 11 have said no, 2 has said yes. Okay, so let's hear from the people who have said yes. What were your thoughts? I mean, why yes? I'll explain why yes or why no, but just wanted to understand your thoughts. Why
Yeah,
yes?
actually, sir, if I go to the my home branch,
Mhm,
that there is a chances the people of that bank and the
mhm,
employee maybe know me. So there is a
mhm,
one authentication, and second is my signature, which is in
mhm.
my that is in my check. So
Okay.
might be multiple authentication, or if they think any kind of suspicious, they might be
Mhm,
uh, click my account number and see my face
mhm,
and
mhm,
not saying anything, but they understand, okay, this is the same person who holding this account, so might be the
mhm,
same guy, and
mhm,
signature is match. So
mhm.
okay, we have to further proceed this check.
Right. So here the factors were something you have, something you are. Something you have is your signature, right? On the check, which is along with the bank. And second factor is you are yourself. It's a factor, right? You yourself is present there. They can check the face, they can check for the photos in their system, or even they can ask for your Aadhaar card to verify, right? So that means you are. There is like an additional factor. That's why it's a multi-factor authentication. That's right. Thank you. Okay, let's get going. Okay, let me share my screen. It's not visible now. Okay, okay, so view shows the visible. Slide shows visible.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, now when we talk about key domains or cybersecurity, there are few key domains. One is network security. There is application security, then information security, operational security, disaster recovery and business continuity, and cloud security. Okay. When we talk about network security, you might have heard about many few uh, words like firewalls, VPNs, malwares, right? So what does they do? Something in a very short word, if I would say, they prevent the entry from the network. So if I'll tell about a firewall, what does it mean actually, right? So anyone of you have you heard about ports within a system, within a laptop, within a computer system? Anything? Anyone has heard about ports?
Ports
Ports in a system.
like
This can be connected.
PORTS, ports.
Ports. Yes, ports. Have you heard about it? Ports.
Yes,
Yes,
it's a
sir.
point
Yeah.
where the
Sir,
external
it is
devices
like
can
a
be
bus,
connected.
it's transferring data. Sir, it is like
Like
a bus, it
we
is
use
transferring
port
data.
like RJ45 for internet connection or something, server connection.
Okay. Okay. So what you're doing RJ45, that is a cable, right? That RJ45 cable, to explain to everyone, RJ45 is a cable when you connect one wire to the system to connect with internet, there is one telephone like wire, right? Quadrilateral or a square shaped a wire having a square shaped out or what is the endpoint, right? You might have seen that. That is RJ45 cable. Okay. That is a network port. That's right, that is a port. In network terms, that is a port, correct. That is a network port or a physical port. Okay. Similarly, what that port does, right? It is actually connecting you to the entire internet world, right? With that one RJ45 connector, you can say, right? Like you plug that into the system and it is connected, right? But I think in your system, in your laptop, or in your desktop, even you can see multiple different other ports as well. Like there is a USB port, there is a one port for plugging the monitors, there is a port for plugging the earphones, USB A type, C type. You might have seen the ports with wired. I mean, where we can insert 1.5 mm this jack, audio jack as well, right? So all those are
Yeah,
different ports.
HDMI port.
HDMI port is, yes, yes, thank you. HDMI port is there. So all these are different physical ports, right? But when I come to network security, everything is confined to that one RJ45 cable port, right? Or even Wi-Fi as well, right? So how this firewall works, right? Okay. So when you connect to the internet, whether you are connecting through Wi-Fi, whether you are connecting through RJ45 cable, right? Every system has total 0 to 65,536 0 to 65,535 ports. How this number came up, right? You might be thinking of how this number came up.
Yes, yeah, to
Why
the
this
power,
specific
I
number
think
only?
to the
Yeah,
power
2 to the power
64, yeah, 64,
2 to the power
yeah,
64 will
32.
be too much.
I'm not correct exactly,
Yeah,
but in network
but yes.
layer, I think, yeah, transport
Mm-hmm.
layer, we have like this type of number. So every transmission have a specific number of port.
Mm-hmm.
So in that port, we can communicate like, I don't know, remember the exact number. Maybe the
Mm-hmm.
port number 25 for file transfer for FTP, something
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for every different, as we have too many gates, if you can think about, like there is one port for HDMI for USB, so that is kind of gate, right? You can transfer the different kind of data. With RJ45 cable, you can transmit electronic data, right? Electronic information through the internet. With USB device, you can transfer files to a storage device, or maybe a phone, like that, right? Similarly, within a system, there are total 65536 ports. Okay, and that start from zero. So port zero is one, first port. So actually, the number is 0 to 65535, and few ports are uh, confined to a specific operations, like S25 said, that is for file transfer. SFTP, there is again 26 I think, for SMTP, that is for mails. So everything which you're using on the net uses different ports. Okay, every service is using different ports. So if you are doing a website, you are sending something on web, you are opening a website that works or usually on port 443. When you are using HTTPS, by default it will take 443 port or 8443 ports. These two ports are defined specifically for internet. What firewall does, firewall blocks these ports 0 to 65535, depending apart from the specific port which are required. For example, 443, 8443 is not blocked usually, because that is how internet works. Or I mean, your website, you're able to open the websites. Apart from the common ports, it blocks all other ports, the firewall. Okay. That's how any malicious actor cannot access your system from external from internet, or from any other part of the world. Okay. So for example, this file transfer is also disabled by default. 25 is disabled. By default, you will find 443, 8443 are open with firewall. Okay. Sorry, if you can go on mute if you are not speaking.
ఓన్లీ ఈ బుక్కే కనపడాలి అంటున్నా
Can you help me to get the folks
I'm not sure. I
muted?
can't. I don't know who is talking.
Okay, let me do it.
Mute all. I'll just mute all. 1 second.
No, no, you don't. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, if I mute all, then you can unmute yourself. Let's do
Yes.
that. Because otherwise, I didn't
Yes.
know.
Yes.
I couldn't make out who is the one who is talking in between.
Yeah. Yeah. No issues. Okay. Okay. Similarly, VPN. What VPN does is it make your connection, your system agnostic or what I say, anonymized to the external world. That means your IP, your system, or your location will not be traced. That's what VPN does, and everything which you're sending on the network that will be encrypted. That's what VPN does. There are a few other things like intrusion detection system that is called IDS. Those things also works on network security. So network security uses different devices, different tools, different uh, softwares to implement the security. Okay. Similarly, there is second thing, application security, which talks about having this security of the application app you are using that must be secured. That means if one of the example which I can say is SQL injection prevention. So anyone who has heard about SQL at any point of time, any thought? Sorry if we didn't have a good formal introduction. That slide was not working, so I don't know how people have what experience they have from the system perspective or cyber perspective. But if anyone know or may I know how you know about SQL or any how many people know about SQL or they have heard about it or SQL. Maybe I need to open the chat to see. No one is typing
Uh,
even.
Actually, sir, as in SQL, we uh, basically inject the query in
Hmm.
database from where we get the information.
But how the data goes into database? You are running the query, right? But how the data goes into database?
Uh, they basically check whether the any kind of vulnerability in
No,
the
vulnerability is
web
totally different
security.
thing. That is nowhere related with it. My question is
Like
how the
maybe
data went into
they
database.
use hit and trial username and password, something like that.
That is SQL injection you are talking about. That is okay.
Yeah.
How it works, I'll explain. But my question is how the data went into database.
For
Well,
whom? For
anyone,
uh, owner or someone who want to steal the data.
anyone. I mean, it's a generic question. How the data went into database?
Basically, they create the database. Either they are want to keep in the whether which form depend on
Mm,
the
mm.
uh,
When you log into any of the websites, let's say let's take an example of your bank website, even right? When you're logging in, you can see your account informations, right? Those data is stored somewhere in the database behind the scene, the backend, right? That data is there. Okay. Now your username is stored, your password is stored. Let's say in the username part, if I'll write a query instead of providing my username, like my family username is Abhishek, if instead of that I'll just enter a query like select name from the table where the name is Abhishek, something like that. And if that will return a data, then that means I'm
yeah.
able to get the data from the backend, right? Which is not which I'm not authorized, right?
Yes, sir.
So securing the application with those type of threats, there are a few other threats as well. like cross-site scripting, middleman attack, all those things are there. Though I'll go ahead as in the few in the further slides. But securing the applications from these type of threats is called application security. Okay. Then information security, where we protect the integrity and privacy of data. That is in both storage and transit. That is in use, data at rest, and data in transit. Operational security is securing the processes, handling the processes, protecting the data assets, permissions of it while it is access to the net throughout the network. That is OPSEC or operational security. Then disaster recovery and business continuity. That means how a business will continue in the terms of disaster, right? So if you remember during COVID, people were not able to move across the country, across one location to other, right? Still, that was a time of disaster, right? People were not able to, in fact, people are not able to get the milk even, right? In the initial few days, right? That is a part of disaster. DR team. You might have heard about the national, a few of the things, SDRF, NDRF, right? Those are disaster recovery forces, right? Those people who responds in the terms in at the point of disaster. Like similarly, for the cyber incident, we have the servers which are located, co-located at two different locations or different regions of the world to make sure that if one goes down, other is up and running. There might be cases where at one point of time there would be earthquake, there could be flood and all, but others should work. And that is disaster recovery. In cloud security, now, if you can see everything more day in, day out, more and more things are going on cloud. So they're securing data on the cloud, securing data of the application on the cloud, infrastructure on the cloud is all about cloud security. Any questions? Anything? Anyone? No? Okay. Okay. So few of the threats, common cyber threats are man in the middle. Man in the middle, I already explained, right? When someone is you are entering 100 or 500 rupees, someone is getting 300, someone has changed in between. So that is man in the middle attack. Denial of service is important. Like that is a flooding a system or flooding system that it overwhelms, right? So that a real example we can see of Indigo, where the system was overwhelmed and people were there and flights were getting cancelled. They didn't have the staff, so they cannot do that because the service was not working, so they denied it. Same goes with the service network. When the systems are when there are too many people trying to access the same resource at the same point of time, then that is denial of service. But this can be manufactured as well. So there is this classic case where one can create like millions of bots and try to hit a same server at the same point of time. Then the server won't be able to handle that request because that will be overwhelmed by the bandwidth resources it has, right? So that is denial of service. SQL injection, we already discussed. Then zero-day exploits like vulnerability or any threats that is at the day zero of the implementations. It came up, it caught up, and it is trying to infect the systems. So that is, and for which the patches or fixes are not available. That is zero-day exploits. Okay. Few other things are like phishing, social engineering. So, have anyone heard about phishing or social engineering? This is very common.
Yes, sir.
And everyone has must have experienced it. I'll give you an example and then you'll say yes.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard about it? Social engineering, phishing,
Yes, sir.
right? So have you got any experiences where you find that your data has been stolen or
Yeah, yeah.
have been misused?
Yeah, actually, the parcel came from the Flipkart or something.
Mm-hmm.
The means the board, yeah, cardboard,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the parcel board which
Mm-hmm.
we thrown in the road or somewhere in the dustbin. They collect
Mm-hmm.
from the all the information like name, phone number,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
exact address and they try to call and uh,
But that is
do.
man in the middle, no? Someone came in the middle and they took it. That is man in the middle. How it is
Yeah.
social engineering or phishing? Social engineering is something where the people are engineered to behave differently. Let me give you an
Okay.
example. Okay. Do you go, everyone might have gone to malls
It's a
or
like
shopping centers.
using psychological reasons to reveal
Mhm.
the passwords and confidential credentials.
Password can be one thing, yes, password can be one thing, but I'm quite sure everyone have experienced this. You people go to shopping centers, malls, right? Okay. When you go there, you go, especially on the weekends in the malls, you'll find different counters where people are giving some giveaways, right? You just register with your number and you'll get do something in maybe a very small task, right? You have to throw some dices or you have to throw some rings, and if you win, you'll get the prize, right? Very small prize, right? People, you would have done it initially. Or you, when you go to movies, people would say that just get yourself registered, you get some popcorn or something like that, right?
Yes.
But
Yes, sir.
when you come home after a few days, you might have been getting multiple calls, messages, maybe for loans, maybe for investment or whatnot, right? How do you think your number got to them?
Yeah, they collect
Right?
from. Yeah. Yes,
So
sir.
that is the classic case of social engineering, where you are not able, you don't know that how you, what data you are passing. You know that your data, you are passing the data. Sorry, you know that your data, you are providing the data, but you are not knowing that where it is ending up. That is a classic case of social engineering. Everyone has been a prey of it, even me. Okay.
Yes, sir. Most of time, like they allow, okay, there is a uh, something gift or
Nowadays, yes.
yeah. Uh,
So that is a greed. So there is one saying that security works with because of two classic ideologies or two
मना
classic
चीलियो
principles.
आजा
One is
साफ में
greed,
करवा
another
दें
is fear. One will get to the security if
पहले गर्म
he
नहीं
is
हुए अभी
greedy or if he has
मैंने चाय बनवाई है वैसे
if
भी
there is fear. Security works for these two things only, greed and fear. If we
I'll
remove greed
just
and fear,
mute
there's no
everyone. You
security.
can unmute yourself, Abhishek.
Yep. Or you can unmute me, please. Okay.
I think somebody's was in the kitchen and giving instructions for food, so I just
It's
muted
okay.
them.
No issues, no issues. It's already 7, right? People
Yeah. Yeah.
might have been tired, so it's totally okay. No issues.
Yes, yes.
It's already 7. I have too many slides again. Okay. So that is classic case of social engineering. Okay. Other things are scareware, Trojan, spyware, there are all technical things. Ransomware, you might have heard. Someone will lock down your system, ask for the ask for the crypto, money, financial things, everything. Worms and viruses. Viruses are the some programs which will when which get stored installed in your system, programs or simple files which get installed in your system and that infect other files if used. That is viruses. Spyware, scareware, adware. Adware you might have getting in the phones as well. I mean, or bloatware you can see in the apps, phones where when you open an app you get multiple ads. That is adware. That is again restricting your ability to use that particular app for that particular area. That is an adware, right? Similarly, spyware, which steal any app or any tool which steals your data and pass it to some unknown unauthorized users, then that is a spyware. That's where the TikTok and all were banned a few years ago. right? Scare where someone try to scare you with the app and or any other way through cyberbullying and all those comes into the threats as well. Okay, let's move ahead. So we already talked about it. So this is the bit of uh, information that you got from the genuine website where the top 10 cities with highest malware detection. You can see uh, detection per endpoint, detection percentage in endpoints. It's is all about different types of attacks. For example, phishing, there was 80 to 95% of human associated breaches were there because phishing and social engineering will be human associated mostly because that is totally humans are social, right? So it will be there. Trojans like 43 to 58% of detected malwares of were of type of Trojans. Ransomware involved 44% of data breaches and around almost 60% of businesses in 2024. Adware 26% of mobile detections are through adwares. 8% of the current malwares are worms and viruses, and spyware affects 80% of internet user in any of the forms. So those things are there. You when you now you go to the website, you can see whether you allowed to store cookies or not, right? So those cookies when you accept that your cookies, that means your user IDs, name, all those informations will be shared with the websites, right? Those things are through the cookies. The use email IDs are used, and then you are bombarded with the spams. That's how it works. Like, there are a few next gen threats in terms in the world of AI, where there are adaptive malwares, deepfake enabled attacks, where the faces of the individuals are being changed. So that is again advanced threats. Enhanced social engineering, again, where people calling you or bot is calling you, and then based on your responses, things are getting changed. So that is enhanced social engineering. Data poisoning attacks, where the data you're trying to fetch, those are poisoned. Then financial identity threats, infrastructure threats, ransomware evaluations. So these are multiple junction threats we have nowadays where we need to look into. Okay. Okay. Any questions still threats? Now then I'll move to user data controls. I think we already have 7. We have very less time left. So any questions we have? No, I'm
No, sir.
just okay, I'll move. Okay. Now I was talking about you control of your data, right? When you have cybersecurity, you have to control your data, right? And that's where the regulatory bodies comes into the perspective or picture. Few regulatory bodies which are there like DPDP, that is Indian, then GDPR, HIPAA, CCPA, and there is one standard PCI DSS. Okay, digital DPDP is Digital Personal Data Privacy Act. Okay, now it's a rules, it's a law. GDPR is General Data Protection and Regulations. HIPAA is Health and Insurance. I don't remember the full name. Sorry, maybe you can search it. CCP is California Consumer Protection Act, and standards, that is PCI DSS, that is especially for the cards, credit cards. This is only for credit card. That is standard. That's not a regulatory. Difference between regulatory body and standards is like regulatory body is defined by a government. Only the government can define these laws. So DPDP is Indian, GDPR is for European Union, HIPAA is international from its international community. CCPA is for in US. That was designed in California. And this standard is not from any government body, but it is the standard that is set across the industry by the industry. That is PCI is Payment Card in Infrastructure Data Security Standard. Okay. Now, when we talk about user data control, we talk about different things. Like one is consent. That a simple example of consent you'll see when you try to sign in, you'll find a checkbox there, right? When you try to sign in to any new website, sign up to a website or any application, you'll find a checkbox like I agree with the terms and condition and the privacy policies, right? How many people have seen that, or how many people have read it? Any idea? Have you read the privacy policy? I don't think anyone, not
Yeah,
even you.
so many times uh, we have seen this, but never read
We never.
because there are too many lines and too many things are there. So
Nowadays,
we are in
even
hurry, so
sites,
we just mark the checkbox and go to the sign in
yeah,
directly.
right. But nowadays, in fact, few good or fundamentally ethical organizations do what they do is if you are checking it, they will create a pop-up where you have to at least scroll to the entire page and then you can agree, right? That things are
Yes,
there.
sir. Yeah, yeah.
So that is kind of consent. When you checking that box, that is a consent that you agree with it, right? That is a consent. But ideally, it should be clear. The consent should be clear. So that's what DPDP has does. That it has mandated that the consent should be clear. That what data is uh, re- retrieved from the customer, what data is collected from the customer, how that information is used. That should be provided in a much clearer and granular way, right? So that things are getting changed in due time. That's where you see there are nowadays you'll find two, three different multiple checkboxes. One would be terms and conditions, other would be your data uses something like privacy policy, other could be for marketing you can ignore. But for the data privacy policy, you will see that how your data will be used. Those consents will be in picture in some time, in few years you'll see those changes. Okay, so that is a consent. Okay. Now, when we go to consent, applications are collecting data. They have to minimize it. As per the laws, that the data collection should be minimized. That means only data which is required should be collected, right? That means if you are taking a loan, they don't need to know your vehicle number. I mean, I'm talking about personal loan. Or if you're getting in a house, they don't need to know about your blood group, right? That is not required by them. So that they should not collect, right? That means only the data which is required, that only should be collected. That is data minimization. Then the rights, that you should be able to access your data. The data should be correct. You should be have access to rectify your data, to erase your data, and to provide nominate the users of your data. Then accountability in terms of duties. So the applications or the owners should have the accountability towards your data. They should safeguard your data, right? Then notice why, how long, right? Whether what data is connected, why this data is collected, how long the data will be with that, with them, and what are the rights you have on the data which has been collected. Those things should be in the notice. The purpose, they should provide the purpose of it, and then the retention when they are storing for let's say a year, then it should not they should not store it more than a year if they are collecting data for a year, right? So that retention period should be there. So all this comes into the part of user data control. Any question? Okay, go ahead. Then safeguarding data. When we talk about safeguarding data, the data can be safeguarded in different ways. One is encryption, where the data is encrypted at rest or in transit. Secure storage, where the data is stored at a hardened server or the clouds with configuration, specific configuration, along with access controls. Then the monitoring and auditing of the data, where the logs are properly generated whenever anyone is using, whether it is authenticated or unauthenticated, the log should be there. If there is anomaly in the logs, then it should be detected. Incident responses, that means they should detect the issues, contain the issues, and recover from the issues. Access controls, that there comes RBAC, that is role-based access controls. Access controls should be based on the rules. MFA, Then least privileges, like everyone should not have access to the data. Only the required purpose or required users should have access to the data. Or least privilege is the mechanism where by default there is no access on to anyone. If you need to have access, you have to get the access granted, and then only you can access it. So by default, everything is blocked, black, is closed. That is least privilege. Backup recovery, you should have the backups, and you should have the recovery of it to restore it. You should be able to restore it from the backups as well. So those mechanisms in classification of the data. Okay. Uh, when I was talking about the very first confidential, I was talking about the sensitive data, right? Then I had said that we'll be talking about this, the labels and all, right? When someone said about defense, right? So this classification is the different parts of data or different types of labels of the data which you can do. For example, some of your data could be public. For example, your name could be public, right? Some other data could be internal to you. That means you and your family would know, right? That means that could be your anything like your specific informations like your maybe account number your family could know or not. Third, few data could be confidential. That means that should be with you, with your spouse, just with your you as well with your kids. So those could be confidentials. And third could be highly sensitive, highly restricted data. That means some data which you can only know, no one else. So that you can provide different classifications. On in the industry standards, for a company, data could be public, their annual reports could be public, but internal systems could be like their servers could be internal. Confidential could be the salary of their employees should be confidential, and highly sensitive or restrictive could be their trade various trade channels or their trade route or their patents. Those things should be sensitive, right? Any questions on this?
No,
Oh,
sir.
okay, okay. Okay, now we can go to security operations. We talked much about safeguarding, CIA, and everything. Let's go to security operations. I'll open a mind map. Security operations. Okay, what we can do for security operations? One thing could be like digital investigations. The prime. Let me know if it's visible. It might be. Is it visible?
No, sir. Only topic
Slides
names
are
are visible.
visible.
But only slide is
Oh,
visible.
Only
okay, okay, okay.
slides, topic.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Okay, okay, wait, wait. I'm sharing my entire screen now. Maybe it's visible now. Is it visible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir. It is
Yeah.
visible.
Yeah. So when we learned about different threats, different controls, how they are implemented, right? The operations which we actually do for entire security, those things are listed here. Okay. One operation could be your digital investigation, where you have activities like identifying threats, gather evidences, preserve evidences, establish chain of custody, present findings. Then the rules of evidences, you have to be accurate, authentic, convincing, admissible. Other security operations could be logging and monitoring. You log everything, you monitor everything. You can do through continuous monitoring, ingress monitoring, event map monitoring, intrusion detections, preventions. Then you can what you can do is incident response, where you can declare the incidents, you can try the incident, you can contain the incident, you can recover and repair, you can jot down the learnings, you can provide the future course of actions. Then there are a few operational processes like security audits, patch management, configuration management, change management, trusted recovery, archival, backup, all these things, other operations. Then there are disaster recovery processes, what we discussed earlier, like disaster, how you can respond, activate team. These are different steps you can take in a sequential manner. Okay. or disaster recovery. Then operational recovery, what you can have a redundant site, hot site, warm site, cold site, reciprocal sites, service bureaus, everything. You can do the testing of your backup, business continuity and disaster recovery using full interruption test, partial interruption test, parallel test, simulation test, checklist, and reviews. Few security controls as well, which we discussed very in the very initial part where we talked about fences, walls, bollards, doors, windows, CCTV, guards, dogs, right? And personal safety, that means for any person. There could be travel, coercion, privacy. Any questions on this? There, I know I just skimmed it kind of thing, but let me know if you have any question. And I believe there might have you might have few questions here. Any questions here?
No, sir.
No questions. Everyone is okay with these things. There are too many things. Mhm. No questions. Okay. Let's go to the last slide. How you can adapt cybersecurity, right? One is lock down your identity. You can use MFA. You can think everyone as suspicious. You can be your own investigator. That means you don't trust anyone. Patch everything always. So if find anything open, patch it. Have backups. Secure your connection. Secure your Wi-Fi. Secure your connectivity to the internet, and defend your endpoints. Where you defend your endpoint, that means where endpoints are the systems where you are actually using the internet or any doing any cyber operations. Your endpoint could be your phone, your laptops, your iPad, your desktops. Your endpoints could be your biometric machines as well. So someone, let's say, if you have your fingerprint scanners at your office, at your home, or your card detectors at your apartments or society, if that gets compromised, then your identity would be at stake, right? So you should defend your endpoints, not only phones or not only laptops or systems, but others as well, because all those are connected. Okay. Any questions on this? Anything you want to learn in adaptation? Not then. This was my last slide, so I'll come back to this one. Anything?
Uh,
I'll give
Sir,
next eight
I
minutes
have
for
a one
questions. So,
question.
yep, go ahead.
Um,
Or if you want
how
me
we
to
can
anything,
prevent
repeat
like
anything. If anyone
like
wants me to repeat anything, let me know. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
how we can prevent like if we get any kind of link which is showing https means secure,
Mm-hmm.
but after
Mm-hmm.
clicking that link it
Mm-hmm.
automatically goes to the another link which is not secure.
Mm-hmm. Usually, browser has these settings. Now, when you go to secure to non-secure, they do provide you. In fact, if even if it is secured and that is not a valid certificate they will say that they will show you a message, pop-up message that do you want to go ahead or not. They will do it. The browser does it usually nowadays. If your browser is not doing it, update it. Browser, Chrome does it, Edge does it, Safari does it. They do it. If this connection, even if, for example, even if you're going to a website, let's say a bank's website, and you are missing any letter of it, usually they will revert. Let's see that. Okay. Uh, let's say I'm going to SBI online, just online.com. Okay, online.com. Will it go? It's not going, right? Similarly, and this is just HTTP, sorry, HTTPS only. It's not going. There's no website as such, right? Usually, web browser is more smarter now. They do it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
But patching is a good thing. I mean, you should do it usually for few other things as well. So when you patch, when you upgrade, you get multiple different certificates, which are certificates of the browser updated. Yeah, its systems gets updated. So at least you should keep your browsers patched, your systems patched. You should have a backup of your data. You can keep the backup in any hard drive. You can use online backups and all. Okay. Anything else? Any?
Sir, there is a
Any?
one question. Is
Go
it
ahead.
good practice to save our password or all the things in in website? Not website in means like web browser like Google Chrome ask for the save your credit card number or password. It is good practice for us.
So Google Chrome has everything profile based now, right? So if you go to Google Chrome, you can see there's a profile section here, right? They have multiple profiles with me. In every password which you store is stored with respect to the profile. Okay. You can open your profile, log into any other system on the Google Chrome somewhere else, you will be able to access your password, right? Storing your password in the browser is okay. That's not an issue because Google has multiple layers of security. You don't have to worry about it from the Google perspective. Okay. But you should not do that at the system which is not familiar to you or any public systems actually or over a public network. You should avoid it. The reason why is why because let's say if you're doing on your system you don't have an issue because you are using your system, the tools or application which are installed there, that is okay. But at the public system there could be ways or where they have the key loggers or over the internet over their Wi-Fi they have the uh, loggers there, and they can steal your passwords at that point of when you are entering. I mean, it won't to go to Google directly. Even if it's going to Google, that that will be saved at Google's end. But at the system where you are using it, if there would be key loggers, then it can log what keys you have pressed. Okay, those keys, based on those keys, it will have a log of it at your system, and then I mean at the system where whether it's a public system or not, or if it is a public system, it can have a keylogger, and it can your password can be compromised. So if you are trying to use a public system, or if you're trying to use a public Wi-Fi, then be wary of it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hmm.
Sir, I have one question. I
Yep.
don't have the clarity on that HTTPS.
Okay.
Can you come again with that?
Sure. So when we send anything on HTTP, okay,
Mm,
that means if I'm sending you a hi on HTTP,
mm.
okay, let me. I have to take names here so that I can give you a better example. I'm Abhishek, and may I know who has asked the question?
I'm Abita.
Abita, and let me
Uh,
take another name, Gayatri here. Just this day by you, Gayatri. Okay, if I'm sending anything on HTTP, okay,
mm,
if I'm sending to Abita, okay,
yes. Mm,
if it is sent over HTTP, Gayatri would be able to read it with a
mm,
very simple tool via Shark. She will just tap on the my and your connectivity message. She
mm.
will be able to read it. Clear.
Oh,
Read it. Okay. When it is HTTPS, then
mm,
the channel which through which I have connected to you or Abhishek has connected to Abita, that gets
mm.
encrypted. That pipe, the channel gets encrypted. Okay.
Yeah.
That means anyone else cannot see that. That
Okay.
means that is data is not encrypted there. Only the channel is encrypted. Something like you
Okay.
have a pipe, right? There's a clear
Yeah.
pipe and there's a pipe on which there is a banded rolled over, right?
Okay.
That bandage is encryption.
Okay.
Like
Then
you
what is
cannot
the
see what's
role?
flowing inside.
Yeah,
Huh?
yes.
A role in this?
No, no. What is the
In
role of
recent,
the SSL in this case? That is a secure socket layer. Actually,
Yes,
ah,
yes. That is secured socket layer,
socket
SSL,
layer. Yeah.
TLS.
Ah,
Yes, SSL is a secure socket layer. That is a
mm,
protocol using
yeah.
which that bandage, that is encryption, that bandage is
Yes.
applied. That is a bandage, or TLS is a bandage. That is transport level layer security.
Mm,
Okay, SSL is very old
yeah,
now.
yeah.
I mean that is deprecated, but TLS is now
Mm.
is being used 1.2 and 1.3. That is.
No. Okay. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one question.
Hmm.
Uh, when we talk about security operations, nowadays
Mm-hmm.
we are using AI tools for managing that security operations.
Mm-hmm.
So, is the risk has been increased by using AI tools, or it has simplified the process of our security operations?
So AI
And is
has
there any law related to it if some happens
yes,
to the
all the
system?
security, yes, security operations are all derived from the regulatory laws. Okay. So, for example, if I'll talk about this operations safeguarding encryption, right, or secure storage or monitoring, these are mandated from the regulatory bodies itself. Like GDPR has mandated that the data should be secured. They have provided the specific whitelisted algorithms as well. It should be encrypted. With what algorithm it should be encrypted? That is also defined.
Okay.
Okay. So those things are there. When you come about AI part or risk assessment, so AI actually enhances the capability, not fully. If everything cannot be done through AI, the AI can enhance the things at the moment. No doubt there are very capable AI or large language models as well that is coming day by day. But at the moment, what we have is the AI is actually enhancing the capability of the risk, enhancing the capability to contain that risk and mitigate those risks. Right? For example, earlier if I have a different rule that
We are
let's say
almost out of time.
I'll just take 2 more minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
If earlier it was, if you in your offices and schools, you can see that you won't be able to use Facebook. You won't be able to open Facebook because that was a rule that on the firewall, the Facebook was not the firewall, but on the this one. Uh, what you can say gateway the Facebook is actually blocked, right? That is one part of it, but there are few other sites are getting evolved day by day. AI can help that to contain those mitigate those risks, mitigate those websites, or mitigate stop those websites to be accessed. That's how AI could be used in different ways and enhance our capabilities.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
nothing else. I think I'm overshooted. So thank you all.
No, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Abhishek. Thank you for
Thank you.
taking that session and for answering all the questions. And thank you to all the faculty members also for interacting. Request you to continue interacting with our next trainer as well. So Aditya Johar is here. Welcome, Aditya, to this session. This day three, second session. This is on cloud. And Aditya is with, is a, yeah, you can leave. Thank you so much, Abhishek. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
So Aditya is with Orange Mantra. He's a senior software and solution engineer, and he'll be taking this session. So already we are 4 minutes behind. So I'll just hand it over to you, Aditya, to take this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Today, we'll be having a session on cloud infrastructure and security in the cloud, and along with that, edge devices, edge computing. So, I have been lucky to have worked in these three domains very in a lot of depth over the past more than 10 years. So I have seen these services come up from nothing, where we talk about cloud services, cloud infrastructure. Now they are very common, parlous, common, uh, completely common. They've become, everyone knows what they are, everyone knows, they are very ubiquitous. So but 10 years ago, back in 2014, 2015, they were just coming up. Azure was, I think, just barely born at that time. Google Cloud was also just barely born about 2014, 2015. AWS was somewhat already mature. They were offering, what we consider today as very basic services in the cloud infrastructure and cloud domain. They were already there. AWS was there, but not at the scale that it is today. Now, what's really changed in today's time, if we think of making any product, any cloud system, website, web app, dashboard, ERP, SaaS-based, PaaS-based, all of these are hosted on the cloud, and they've become phenomenally easy to build now because of these cloud services. So if you think about 15 years back, if anyone had to build a website, you would think, okay, where is the server going to be? What is going to host the server? You would have to buy these expensive machines that you would need to keep on at all times. You would have offices would have these server rooms in with the high AC and everything, and they would have all these ready so that their websites can be served and web apps can be served. But now everything has moved to the cloud. So there has been a democratization of this technology that has happened in the past approximately 10 years, where those server rooms have more or less disappeared and everything has moved into the cloud. Now, having said that, so if we look at the three main pieces in a cloud, if I'll just zoom in and we've got these three main pieces. So we've got infrastructure as a service, then we've got platform as a service, and we've got software as a service right on top of it. So if I go from top down, because this will be easier for someone to visualize, a software as a service would be a website. Software as a service would be, um, let's say, let's take a very common example, like google.com is the software as the service. Under the hood, we would have some platform as a service. So what would be that platform that sits under the Google website? It would be, let's say you've got some database management systems, you've got some networking systems. Let's say you've got a content delivery network. I'm not saying that Google has a content delivery network like Cloudflare or something, but that would be a platform that sits under that software as a service. And then right below is that infrastructure as a service, where the actual servers, the actual compute is happening, where that data is actually being stored and that data is actually being queried and then returned to you at the software level. So this on-demand delivery of IT resources, compute, storage, databases, this has come up in the past 10 years. This has become commonplace now. I think everyone knows what AWS is, what Azure is. These are what Google Cloud is. And these are the main drivers of revenue today for all these cloud companies. So it's really, it's really growing at an exponential level. No doubt about that. It's really growing at an exponential level. And we've got three main players in this market. We've got AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. So we've got Amazon Web Services, we've got Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Now, each of these have a little bit of their own expertise, while a lot of them offer the same services, but they do have a little bit of their own expertise. So AWS, very well known for, they were kind of the pioneers in this domain. They were the real pioneers, where they actually were the ones who set up these virtual machines to be offered in the cloud. There were a few other players at that time, but AWS really started this back in, I think 2007, 2008 is when they really came up with Amazon Web Services. Azure and Google Cloud came later. Now, Amazon Web Services today is still very well known for its virtual machines. They offer some free plans as well that you can go set up a VM on your own and it's completely free. And then you've got Azure, which has a strong focus on enterprise integration, where they are actually targeting enterprise level. So if you see a lot of the big enterprises, they are actually on the Azure stack. So Azure offers them things like, they'll give them a dedicated team. They'll give them a lot of support. They'll give them a lot of resources. And lastly, we've got Google Cloud. So Google Cloud is, I would say, it's a combination of AWS and Azure, where they've got, technically they are very strong. They've got a lot of offerings technically. They've even got their Gemini model. So out of these three players, Google is the only one who has their own LLM. Azure does not. Azure uses Copilot, which uses ChatGPT and other LLMs under the hood. AWS also does not. It also uses third-party LLMs, but Google is the only one who has their own LLM as well. And in a few of the previous presentations, we've seen how well Gemini performs in terms of presentations where um, and not just presentations, but as an LLM, where it builds out real reasoning and real great answers for you. So Gemini is really cutting edge. It's really one of the best out there. So Google Cloud offers you the best of both platforms. Let's say you're a startup, you want to get something started real quick. You might go on Google. It has this really brilliant tool called Firebase. We'll take a look at that as well. And then we've got the enterprise offerings from Google too. So really great suite of offerings. Now these three are the major players: AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. AWS primarily very well integrated with the startup and small to medium sized companies. Azure very well integrated with enterprises. Google has a mix of both. Google offers startups and enterprises as well. Now we'll take a look at a few of the offerings of what entails cloud infrastructure. So there are, a few main pieces that fall under cloud infra. One of them is at the core of it all is a virtual machine. And then nowadays, all the infrastructure, cloud infra companies also offer managed databases. They offer something known as Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a technology stack that allows you to build really scalable. And if you've got large scale products, if you've got large scale platforms, then you would use Kubernetes for it. And um, and then there are other offerings like monitoring, logging, and so on. So at the heart of it all is what we call a virtual machine. So what is a VM? A virtual machine is a digital version of a physical computer. So if you remember, as I mentioned, 15 years ago, companies would have these huge server rooms, and where they would have large servers like, large desktop computers and servers sitting there. A virtual machine is actually a digital version of that same physical server. So it's it's been removed from that huge server room, and it's been taken into the cloud, and it's been taken into um, um, a virtualization. So that what's happened is that these companies like Google Cloud and AWS and Azure, they buy these servers, and after buying these servers, uh, they buy really high capacity servers, and then they offer small chunks of it as virtual machines, which anyone can go and procure. And that's what a cloud server basically is. It's a virtual machine. Those physical machines have been converted into small chunks, and it's up to us how much we would want to take. We want 2 gigs of RAM, we'll get 2 gigs of RAM. We want 20 gigs of RAM or 24 gigs of RAM, we'll get 24. We want 64 gigs of RAM, we'll get 64. So under the hood, a server uses a hypervisor to separate the the virtual machines. So let's say we have a virtual machine which has a total compute of 256 RAM and 10 terabytes of storage. Now this to be divided into, let's say, 128 virtual machines, each of 2 gigs of RAM. So we will have a hypervisor that does that. It divides these huge servers, which are not physically huge. They are actually, uh, they be just the size of a normal desktop in for all common descriptions. But they have all this high power, high capacity, high storage, high RAM, and then these get divided into these virtual machines by something known as a hypervisor, which divides these machines into virtual machines. Now, each VM is isolated from the others in the same host. So let's say I have taken a service from Google and they have given me a 2 gig of RAM of a virtual machine. You have also taken a service. So in under the hood, each of the virtual machines is divided. They are not linked together, and you can save the entire state of the VM as a file. And these VMs can also be copied and moved into different servers as well. So let's say today we have some virtual machines sitting in the US zone. Tomorrow, the government of India comes out with a policy that all data of Indian people should be within India, and we need to move those servers from US to India. So gone are the days where we would do that manually earlier, these servers being moved from US to India. No, we just copy the file, copy the state of the file, and we move it into a virtual machine that's hosted in India, and we have moved the data completely. So that's what a virtual machine is. Now, the naming convention of a virtual machine in each of these clouds like Google, Azure, and AWS, the naming convention is slightly different. Oops, there is a color issue. Just a second. Just a moment. Okay, so I hope this should be visible now. Let me go into the slideshow mode. Is this visible, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right. So the naming convention that we have for each of these virtual machines in AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud is slightly different. So the service in AWS is called EC2. It's Elastic Compute Cloud. In Azure, it's called Azure Virtual Machines. They call it a virtual machine itself. And in Google Cloud, it's called the Google Compute Engine. So they are all virtual machines. However, the naming convention as per the product that they are offering is slightly different. The names are different, but they are the same thing. Now they have these different series where, if you want a general purpose, a typical VM, standard VM, you just want to, host a basic website, you would probably use just an M series or a T series. In Google Cloud, it's E2, N1, N2, or D series in Azure. In compute optimized series, these mean that they have good processors. So by that, I mean, let's say in your laptop, you would have an Intel i5, you might have an i7, i9. So a compute optimized series is a one where you have a better CPU, where you might have an Intel i9, or you might have a Mac, or not a Mac, but you might have a AMD Ryzen. So you would have a compute optimized good processor under the hood. And in a memory optimized series, you have a like R series, X series, E series, you would have a high RAM. So you would maybe just have the same Intel i5 as an example, although in the cloud world they use sky they have different processors that are used, which they might have a Skywell or they might have a TPU. So it's not the same processors that we use in our laptop. The processors are different. However, the difference between these three is that general purpose is M series, T series, D series, B series is just a general. It might have a, just a basic for like an Intel i3, maybe just a basic one. Compute will have a really good processor, and a memory one will have really good RAM. Now you can combine these, and I'll show you in just a moment what the combinations also look like. So you can combine these, and if I go into, let's say, AWS, and I say EC2. So here, so if you can see here, we've got these featured content. So Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud. What it's saying, create and run virtual servers in the cloud. All of these also offer pricing calculators. So if I look at, if I want to see what are the different pricing calculators for different, so here we go. Got over here, and we'll go into pricing calculator. So here we go. We are at the AWS pricing calculator, and all of the cloud services offer these calculators on their own. So let's pick a location. Let's say we want a location in India. So India, Delhi, or India, Kolkata. They've got these two locations. Let's pick Delhi. And let's say we want to do the calculator for an EC2, Elastic Compute. I go into configure. And then, so this is now what we are doing here, we are creating a virtual machine. So what I mean by creating a virtual machine, exactly what I mentioned earlier, like we've got 2 gigs of RAM, we want 4 gigs of RAM, we want this processor, we want this location, we want this operating system. So these are the operating systems that they provide. So they have a Linux, Windows Server with SQL standard. So just as a note, Windows Server, they always cost more because they have licensing fees, whereas Linux servers are open source. Although Red Hat Enterprise Linux has its own licensing fee as well. Any enterprise server will have its own licensing fees. Or if you go with the Linux with SQL Server, because SQL is also a Microsoft proprietary product, it will have licensing fees. So if you go with the bare open source output Linux, and you want something that is constantly on, or something that, okay, I get traffic only between 12 p.m., or let's say you have a government website and you want it only active between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. So you could say that you have a daily spike traffic. Let's say that, okay, you get traffic only on a Friday or on a Tuesday. You could go on a weekly spike traffic. Or let's say that you are running an e-commerce site, and that during the months of November to January, you get most of your sales. So you would go with a monthly spike traffic. Now, let me go back to constant usage so that we get the bare idea about what we're doing. And they ask this question, number of instances. So what does number of instances mean? Number of instances is nothing, but it means how many virtual machines do you want? So by that, I mean, let's say you want one to run your front end website, one to run the back end, one to run, let's say, another third party service or anything, but let's go with just one. So one virtual machine, and you can search for the instance types. So the moment here you start searching for instance types. So if you see, we had seen earlier that they've got T, they've got C, all of these are the instance types that they've got. Now, if you look at this one, so they've got a T3 medium with 2 vCPUs. So this is again the amount of CPUs that this virtual machine will have, and 4 gigs of RAM, and you want network up to 5 gigabit is absolutely fine. Is always typically these are current generation. Here you go. Your on-demand hourly cost is 6 cents per hour, 6.05 cents per hour. Now, you could also pick from here. Let's say you want something that's really extra large, 16 vCPUs, 128 gigabytes of RAM, and that's $1.4 per hour. 48 vCPUs, 96 gigs of RAM, 2 gigs of RAM per CPU, that's $2.7 per hour. And let's say let's pick this one. Let's say we want this 16 vCPUs, and let's pick this one. And then we've got compute savings plan, and our total cost comes to $532 for this virtual machine per month. So this is, let's say you were to buy such a server, 16 vCPUs, 128 gigs of RAM, you would probably spend 3 or 4 lakh rupees for such a server. Here they are offering you this for per month at $532. So approximately 45,000 per month is what they are charging you. Plus, you don't need to have that maintenance that, okay, now you have a server, you need to keep the lights on, you need to keep AC on, you need to keep it ventilated, you need to keep it cool. All those things doesn't matter. They do all that management for you. They give you the virtual machine directly. Of course, this is your reservation term of 3 years. If you reserve it for 1 year, your cost comes to $739 per month. And if you go with just an on-demand plan, so you just utilize how much ever you want to utilize. So here you go, like let's say you want to utilize it for 100 hours, you just have a small task and you're not going to use it for that much. This is the total usage, $1.4 per hour. So $1024 for your month for the 100 hours. This is the sample computation. So you can always use a cost calculator for AWS, or even Azure has a cost calculator. So the moment you go into Azure, these are the documentation pages. They've got all of these things available. Similarly, Google will have the same thing, and you can create an estimated cost for your virtual machine. Now, if you develop a website and you want somewhere to deploy your website and put it out there, this is where you would do it. And you would create a VM, and then after that you would connect to that VM, and that's there are many different ways to connect to a VM using SSH, using PuTTY, or any of those tools, your CLI. So lots of tools, but the idea behind it here is that the most basic part of cloud infrastructure in today's terms is your virtual machine. That's where it all started from. So you've got AWS, Azure, Google Cloud that all offer you your virtual machines. Now, having said that, so if you see in one of the things, I'm not going to look at the pricing for Google Cloud and Azure. I think you can do that on your own after this call. You can compare. I have had positive experiences in terms of price on all three platforms. It really depends on your use case, and each platform prices their services very competitively. So now, having said this, there is definitely one of the few things that we need to take a note, that when we talk about a virtual machine, we are talking about a system that is going to be present for us at all times. So even if you say you want to use it only for 100 hours, it will keep it on for those 100 hours, and then it will remove the virtual machine for you. Or if you say you want to reserve it for 1 year, then it will keep that virtual machine on for you for that entire 1 year. So it's like you have bought this virtual space for yourself for this much amount of time. That's well and good. There are many use cases where you want things to be available. You don't know, whether at any point of time 10 people come to your website or 100 people come, or suddenly something goes viral and you get 1 million people. You have something that's really available for you. But in the past 3, 4, 5 years, there something that's also been taking the market by storm is what we call a serverless computing. So here, if you see in the Azure list, we picked up uh, an operating system for our server. So that meant we are actually creating a virtual computer for us. It can be a Windows computer, it can be a Linux computer. So we are really creating a virtual computer for us. However, compared to that, there is another way to do it, because at the end of the day, your computer that you're running as a server is going to be running some code. It could be Python, it could be Java, it could be JavaScript, it could be Node.js, it could be any of these things. However, you may not want to manage an entire computer when you just want to run some Python code, or you just want to run some Java code. So instead of managing that entire computer, there are now things that have been coming into the market in the past 5 years or so, which are called serverless computing. So what is a serverless computing? Let me share my screen here. I mean, it's shared. If you see here, so let's say you have your web app or your website. It calls an API gateway, and based on that gateway, what it does, it calls this little piece of code rather than a virtual machine. It's just a piece of code that is sitting in your cloud. So it's not an entire machine in terms of like, it's not a full Linux machine. It's not a full Windows machine or anything. It's just that particular code. Let's say you had a code that wants to fetch all the products from your database at a given point of time when somebody comes to your website. What that little piece of code does is you take, let's take again AWS as the example, and let me go into Lambda. So these serverless codes, the the naming convention for these is called, on AWS, it's called AWS Lambda. In Azure, it's called Azure Functions. And in Google, it's called Cloud Functions. So these, instead of having your entire virtual machine, you buy some space from the cloud provider and you say that just run this code for me. I don't want to have the entire machine because um, I need only one function which is going to fetch all the products. Of course, if you had a use case where instead of all the products, you had 50 different APIs, you could again go serverless on that, but that might cost you more because now you've got 50 of these little pieces of code sitting on the cloud, and depending on how many people are calling it at any given point of time. However, if let's say you just had 3 functions that need to be called, or let's say you had a scheduled job that was supposed to just fetch data from your sales database every day, fetch that data and then send it into your, let's say, for example, your marketing database. That's just the only job that this thing needs to do. So instead of buying an entire VM, which might cost you $100, $500, or even, how many ever, depending on the configuration of your VM, instead of buying that entire VM, let's say you buy just that little piece of space so that you can run this code. Now that's exactly what these serverless functions do. AWS Lambda, Azure Functions, Cloud Functions, that's what they are. So why? One second. Yeah. So AWS Lambda. What is AWS Lambda? With AWS Lambda, you can run code without provisioning or managing servers. You pay only for the compute time that you consume. There's no charge when your code isn't running. So when your code is not running, there's no charge. It's completely, it's that if you just need a code that runs for 10 seconds a day, or only when somebody comes to your site you need some code to run, then this is the best solution for you. So Azure also provides this. Azure provides Azure Functions, process events with serverless code. Azure Functions is the managed platform as a service that provides event-driven and scheduled compute resources for Azure services. So this is it. And completely serverless. Here you've got Lambda, and of course you've got Google Cloud as well. So if you look at the Google Cloud documentation, they call it Cloud Functions. Here we go. So what it says, Cloud Run Functions. So they've renamed it now to Cloud Run Functions. So this is what it says. It's just a recent change that Cloud Functions is now called Cloud Run Functions. Fantastic. It's still the same thing. It says you bring the code and we handle the rest by making it simple to build and easy to maintain your platform. Fantastic. Great. Now, what happens with these functions is you write your function and you just deploy it, and then you only pay for the amount of time the function is run. So let's go into the pricing calculator again. And actually what we'll do is this time we'll use Google Cloud's pricing calculator, and let's get started to your estimate. Okay, so here we go. So here again, you've got all these options: compute engine, cloud storage, cloud SQL, all of these. But let's take a look at cloud functions. Oh, it's called Cloud Run. Cloud Run allows you to run front-end and back-end services, batch jobs, deploy websites and applications without the need to manage infrastructure. So this is really catching on. It's becoming really popular now. So let's say you want a basic Cloud Run function and you want it just to be a public API. So let's say it's an API that fetches data from your sales database and puts it into the marketing database, just as an example. This is an expensive one. It says GPU supported. So maybe this is not something that you need, or you might. Let's take a look at India again. So Asia South, they have in Mumbai and Delhi. Let's pick Mumbai. And let's say it's a service. And number of requests per month, 10 million. That's really high. Let's say if you have a huge website, you might get it. And look at that. At 10 million requests, you're only paying $18.91 per month. So that's just about 1,700 rupees a month. Compared to having your own VM where you might pay for 10 million requests, you might pay 20,000 or 30,000 per month. And that too, it depends on the configuration of the VM that you've got. So let's reduce this. Let's say you have just 1,000 requests per month. Look at this. It's just 1 cent. It's like a rupee a month for 1,000 requests. And 10,000 goes to 10 cents. Then you have your traffic shape. So it's like steady traffic is something else, daily peak, periodic pulse, or a single spike. Now you can adjust your billing model. So you can say that charges only when processing request, or you have an option to keep the server alive, the function alive as well, even though there are no requests coming. This increases your cost a bit because now you're keeping the entire function alive. What this does is that it allows there is no cold start. What happens is if for let's say 4 hours there has been no request on the server and suddenly some requests come in, then there is a cold start. It might take 10 seconds, 15 seconds for the function to get live because it was not being used. But let's say you keep it on for the entire time. So you are paying $26 a month. This is almost like keeping a server alive for you, which maybe you don't need in this scenario, or you might. It really depends. You might get some committed use discounts. So, if you buy 1 year, 17% discount, 3 years, 17% discount, and then you have advanced options that here as well, you can adjust. Like, let's say you have a serverless function that requires a lot of memory. You know that your job is going to run for 5 minutes and it's going to move at least 20 gigabyte or 20 megabytes of data at a time. So you could say that I want my function to have not 1 vCPU, but 8 vCPUs, and I wanted to have 16 gigs of RAM. It's still just $1. So if you compare to the pricing that we saw for AWS, where we had, that huge pricing for, let's give the exact same. Let's say we have 4 vCPUs, 16 gigs of RAM, and we're going to use it for the entire month. And it's a Linux-based VM. So it's $85.70 for the month. And that's at a 3-year committed discount. Let's pick a 1-year committed discount, and we have $127. Comparatively, here, it's just 93 cents a month. So the only difference is if you have such a machine, you can maybe put 30 such functions or 40 such functions inside it. And it's really up to your use case, and you could use them all. But for this to make economic sense one-to-one, you would need to put 127 functions inside this Linux VM. If you compare it to using just a Google Cloud function where you pay 93 cents a month. And of course, not to forget that this is 93 cents a month for 10,000 requests per month. If you increase that to, let's say 100,000, comes to about $9, still cheaper. And here your ingress and egress cost also increases based on the number of requests you get. So you could assume that this cost will be about $150, $170 per month compared to $9.28, which is really cheap comparatively. Now that's what serverless computing is. So your serverless computing, you've got cloud functions, Azure functions, Lambdas, and these can run mostly all kinds of programming languages: Python, Java, JavaScript, Node.js. Typically now the most common programming languages used are Python and JavaScript for these cloud functions, and they can run these with no problem at all. Now, of course, if you had some complex monolithic architectures, or if you had some C++ code or something, then you would need to have a VM. But for most use cases, these serverless functions work very, very well. Now, so we've looked at virtual machines, we've looked at serverless functions, so the main difference is a virtual machine is a literal, it's a machine that's available for you for the entire month. It's going to be there and it's going to be on. Whereas a serverless function is a piece of code which will run as and when the request come into the function. Now, the cloud providers in today's time, they provide end-to-end services. So if we look at all the services that, let's take Azure as an example, and let's see all the services that Azure, the popular services, or let's see all the services that it offers: AI and machine learning, analytics, compute, containers, databases, developer tools, DevOps, identity management, Internet of Things, integration, migration. So much. There's so many use cases because everything is now moving to the cloud. So with these services, mostly what you need for any web application or web technology is you need a front end, you need a back end, and you need a database. These are the three key pieces that you require for, let's say, if you wanted to build an app. Your front end would be that mobile application. You could build it on React Native or Java, Android, Kotlin, Android, iOS, Swift. You could build that. Your backend might be Node.js, Python. It could be any one of that. And you'd have a database, which could be, let's say, SQL, NoSQL. So that's your database. So these are the three key pieces. Everything else goes around it. Now for your backend, you could choose to use your serverless function, or you could choose to use a virtual machine. It really depends on the use case. But if you see all these services that they offer, App Service, Azure Copilot, Cosmos, Operator Insights, Kubernetes, Azure Functions, Azure SQL, all these services that are on offer, these services are helping developers to deploy their applications to the cloud. So let's look at the next key piece that comes into the picture. We've seen virtual machines and serverless functions. Both of these can serve front end and back end. But the next thing that you need is a database. Where does your data sit? Let's say when a user logs into your website, where is that database which says that, okay, user Aditya Johar and this password is trying to log in? Does this user exist or not? Is this user going to need to create a new account, or he or she already exists? Or what are the orders that this user has placed before? All of these things are going to need to sit on a database somewhere. So these cloud platforms, they provide databases. They provide databases as well, and they provide hosted databases. So you can have relational databases where your traditional databases are all relational, where they have a table and a column kind of mapping. So in AWS, it's called RDS, Relational Database System, or Aurora. In Azure, you've got your Azure SQL database. Google Cloud has SQL as well. Or something that's been coming up in the past 8 to 10 years are NoSQL databases, where there is no tabular table and column level structure, but there's a database that is it's basically if you've seen what a JSON file format is, it's basically just a JSON file format that stores all that data in uh, in what they call a collection and document mapping. So you can have a collection, let's say users is a collection, And each user inside it, Aditya, is a document. John is another document. Rachel is another document. Kevin is another document, and so on and so forth. And then inside that document are the details that, okay, Aditya's email ID is this, age is this, gender is this, preferences are this, John's age is this, preferences are this. So everything is in a JSON based collection document mapping. Whereas in relational databases, everything is in uh, uh, tabular structure. So it's like you can imagine it as if an Excel sheet is sitting in the cloud, and that Excel sheet is mapping each of these users and their preferences and everything. These cloud services, they provide databases. So SQL and NoSQL, both of these are provided. If you take and these can actually be the most expensive piece of your system. Databases are very expensive. So you have options to let's go back to the pricing calculator and let's compute an estimate. Let's say India, Delhi again, and let's say here we go. So we've got Amazon RDS for DB2. Then of course you've got different databases, right? You've got databases that are provided by Oracle, got databases provided by SQL. Let's take the most MySQL is an open source database. It's the cheapest one. So it's the world's most popular open source relational database. It makes it easy to set up, operate, and scale MySQL deployments on the cloud. Let's take a look at the pricing for this, and we'll compare this to the pricing for a licensed database, like a Oracle or a SQL, and we'll take a look. But if we see, let's say a region, and we say, let's go with default US East. And let's say our memory is 160 gigabytes on this database. We have 40 vCPUs without making any changes at all. Let's say we've got select an instance, utilization and deployment is multi, RDS proxy. All right, storage amount 100 GB. Okay, this is good enough. CloudWatch. Okay, let's include some monitoring as well. Free tier 7 days for performance insights. All right, backup. Okay, save and add service. All right, so look at this. Our monthly cost for this database with 100 gigs of storage and 40 vCPUs is $6,000 per month. That's almost 6 lakh rupees per month. Now, of course, I've taken quite a good, configuration, but I could always just change that and make this, let's say, just 2 vCPUs, 8 gigs, and this is our monthly cost is $318 per month. But if you see, even with 2 vCPUs and 8 gigs, this is still much more expensive than what we were getting for a VM, because a database can easily become the most expensive part of your web app, because this requires significant compute, not only on the cloud side, it requires good compute, and it requires availability. It requires a lot of management that they need to do. And of course, if you start taking backups of these databases as well, it can easily become more expensive. Now, this is for a MySQL database, which is, it's the open source database. But let's say we don't do that, and we go with a licensed version. So Amazon RDS custom for Oracle. Here we go. Let's go again with US East. And 4 vCPUs, 32 gigs is $839. Let's reduce that to 8 gigs. I'm not sure if Oracle, yeah, here we go. vCPUs 2, 8 gigs, 322. Okay. So compared to our price for MySQL and Oracle, it's still similar. But here we have just 2 vCPUs. There we had 4. Although the pricing is similar at this level, it will get quite, the difference will start coming up as we go with much higher numbers, and these databases can become very expensive. SQL, again, the offering by Microsoft, is also of a good price. It's also expensive. SQL Server, and we go with. So if we see here, this is for 2 vCPUs and 8 gigs of RAM. It's $461 US. So it's about $100 more expensive than the Oracle and MySQL databases. And the pricing is similar across. So if we compare the pricing on Google and we say we want to look at some database prices, it's called Cloud SQL. And let's say we pick MySQL and we go with advanced settings. 1 instance, okay, this is per month, 730. 2 vCPUs with 7.5 gigs of RAM. Now, if you see here, Google's MySQL is much cheaper than the MySQL we were getting at Lambda, at AWS. 115 versus $320. So if we go back here and so on some services, Google is much cheaper. On others, it really depends. It's always a good idea to, whatever we want to develop and deploy, to just check through with all the services before we actually go and start making those decisions, that whether we want to go with AWS or RDS or Google or Azure. So let's take a look again, RDS for MySQL, and let's pick 2. And so if you see here, 2 vCPUs, 8 gigs of RAM, this is $318 monthly, and Google is offering this for $115 monthly. So this is cheaper, and it's giving you an SSD as well. You could, let's say you create a backup of 100 gigs, it becomes $123. Fantastic, great pricing. So your estimated cost is much lower when you're using Google for MySQL. Let's say you shift over to SQL Server. This becomes more expensive. Of course, you've got your backup as well, but here we've got 4 vCPUs and 15 gigs. Let's shift this down to the same setting we had on AWS. Let's say we use 8 gigs and 2 vCPUs, 8 gigs, 2 threads per 4, and let's remove. All right, so here we go. Now it's $497 if you're using SQL Server. So here your Microsoft pricing is $50 more expensive than AWS. So again, we've seen that the pricing for MySQL is much cheaper when you're using Google, but the pricing for SQL, Microsoft SQL Server, is much higher here by almost $60 than when you're using AWS. And lastly, let's go to Azure and let's see what they offer for SQL Server in terms of the pricing. So let's go and databases, and let's do a quick search here as well. Here we go. Estimate cost with the pricing calculator. All right, Azure SQL database, add to estimate. View, and let's go with East US. Let's say we have 2 vCPUs. Okay, perfect. Hardware type standard, service tier general, compute tier, okay. All right. So there are two vCore, which is actually the same, two vCPUs and 8 gigs of RAM. This is coming to $368. So cheapest, it's the cheapest if you want to use SQL Server. Azure is the cheapest, and that's understandable. The reason for that being that this is a Microsoft product and Azure is also a Microsoft product. So you're getting, the cheapest price here. And if we compare, let's say, I'm not sure if they offer MySQL, but we can take a look. Databases. Yeah, Azure database for MySQL. Let's take a look. And let's say it's, yep, 2 vCore, same one, $124. So almost the exact same price as Google here. Not much difference, but much cheaper than AWS. So pricing is competitive, but it's always a great idea to check through with all these services to make sure that we go with the best one. So we've seen here now we did see SQL. Of course, if you want to take a look at some NoSQL databases as well. So NoSQL, you've got MongoDB and DocumentDB, or here MariaDB. Okay, so they have. Okay, all right. So I will show you another database for NoSQL, which is available on Google. It's called Firestore, and that's a really brilliant tool, and it's really much cheaper. So let me Firestore. So this is a easily develop and rich applications using a fully managed, scalable, and serverless document database. This is a NoSQL database, Firestore, and this is absolutely fantastic. The cost is reads. So the cost comes basically on the document reads and writes. So as I was mentioning earlier, that in Firestore, everything, or in NoSQL, everything depends on the collection and document mapping. So here we've got your collection and document mapping. And for 2 million reads a day, which is a really significant number, and 300,000 writes a day, this means that you've got at least a million or 500,000 people, maybe hundreds of thousands of people using your application a day. You're going to pay just $324, and it's absolutely fantastic. Now, uh, you could reduce this number, and it comes down to just $24 a month. So it's much cheaper to use a NoSQL database. Of course, there are some limitations that when you use a NoSQL database, like heavy querying requires indexing and all those technical nitty-gritties. But just on purely cost basis, NoSQL databases come much cheaper than your structured tabular databases. So that's what we've got for NoSQL. All right. So when we talk about the three main pieces, you've got your front end, back end. Front end can be your website, it can be your e-commerce store, it can be your mobile application. Then you've got your back end, which is your server, which is computing the request, and it is taking those requests and handling. Let's say someone's trying to log in, someone's trying to place an order, someone's trying to fetch all products, someone's trying to filter products. All those things, your server is handling that. And then you've got your database where all the details are stored, and accordingly the details are being fetched and shown to the user in the front end. So those are the three key pieces. Now, in cloud, when one of the important things is that when you're handling sensitive data, let's say you've got your users' names, passwords, all being stored in the database, you want to have your security in place. So you want to encrypt that information. All of these clouds, they provide encryption at rest. So whenever your data is stored in the cloud, it is actually stored with encryption at rest. That means that it's stored in if someone is able to access that data and downloads that data somehow from the cloud providers, the data can't be read because it's stored in an encrypted fashion. So that is what these clouds they provide by default. If we search on any of these clouds, encryption at rest. So data encryption, Google Cloud encrypts data in transit between our facilities and at rest, which ensures data can be accessed only by authorized roles and services with audited access to encryption keys. So encryption at rest, whenever your data is stored in on the servers or on their servers, it's encrypted. Encryption in transit, when data is moving from a server to, let's say, another server or to the website or to the app, it's encrypted. Encryption in use, when it's being used to run computations, let's say when it's being used by serverless functions and VMs, it's also encrypted. And these are offerings that are given throughout the clouds. So whether that's Google Cloud, Azure, AWS, they're all providing the same. They provide encryption at rest. So this is a very important topic to take a look at. And then, of course, you've got the principle of identity and access management. So each of these clouds also define how to give people access to the cloud. Let's say you've set up your server, you set up your database, you've set up your monitoring systems, you've set up your cloud functions, your serverless lambdas, and everything has been set up. What are the ways you can give other people access? Because it's very likely that you're not the only person who's going to be developing these systems and developing these frameworks. You might have a full team. So how do you give your team the access is something what they call as IAM. Now, identity and access management. All of these clouds provide these policies. So if you look at, they've got identity based IAM policies for Lambda, then they would have identity based policies for different services. In fact, on some of the other clouds, they've got full on all of these actually. They've got here we go. IAM best practice guides. So Google Cloud Identity and Access Management using so they've got guides, least privileges, set of checks to restrict your users to not do more than they're supposed to do. Let's say you want to give access to someone just to read the database. They can't delete things. So then you give them these kind of roles. You create service account and account keys. Let's say you want to have a service that is able to connect with another VM that you built. So you would create a service account and you would give them access. Auditing, this covers practices that include you to use audit logs. So you can use logs and read those logs and get the information. Then you've got IAM policies in regards to, you can have organization level policies. Let's say you create an account on AWS and it's an organization level account. So that will give you, you could have policies for across your organization, that you could say that non-admin users cannot delete any resources. That would be an organization level policy. Within each of these cloud accounts that you can create projects as well. So once you create a project, you could create policies for that project. Let's say you create a project, e-commerce store is one project, marketing platform is another project, sales platform is another project, and you want only 5 of your users to have access to that particular project. Let's say for the e-commerce, you have a different set of developers. For the sales, you have different set. For the marketing, you have different set. So that would be project level. And finally, resource level, this would be for that particular Lambda function, for that particular. So here is a very great example here given by Google. So you have let's say you have a website, example.com, and that website has 3 projects: the development environment, the test environment, and the production environment. In the development, you've got your compute engine, app engine, and cloud storage. You've got in the test environment, you've got PubSub, and in prod, you've got compute and cloud. So you could give people resource level access just to, let's say, somebody can only make changes to this compute engine, or you could give another developer access only to access this cloud storage. You could give another developer access only to this cloud storage. So these are resource level roles that you can define. Then you can define project level, that let's say you have a project manager who needs to access all of these. You could give them a project level access that this person can create, read, update, delete in all the resources in this environment. Then you can give an organization level access, that let's say you are the admin. You want to have the access to be able to do anything. So you can grant yourself, or you can grant another admin a full control access. where they can make all these changes themselves. So that those are IAM policies, identity and access management policies, and they are very, very important for you to give a proper security and secure environment in your cloud. Another very important part is data backups and disaster recovery. So as we saw in the Google pricing calculator, we saw that there was a tab where you could specify how much you want to back up, how much of the data you want to back up. So that is very important, because let's say you have an e-commerce store and you have 10,000 people coming to your store every month and 1,000 people placing an order every month. And you want to maintain this database so that even 6 months down the line, like for example, when we go on Amazon and it remembers all of our order history, it's able to tell us that, okay, you purchased this order, you purchased this item at this date. It gives us all of that information. But let's say that somehow you lost access to your database. Let's say it got compromised, there was a security breach, or somebody by mistake deleted it, some developer ended up going there and deleting everything. How do you back it up? So you need to have a backup of your data. This is very important. So there's a 3-2-1 rule. It says keep 3 copies of data on 2 different media types and 1 copy offsite. So that means, let's say you have an Amazon account and you have a SQL database over there. Now you can keep that database, keep a backup of a .sql export of that database. Let's say you run a function that backs it up for a week, every day or every week, and stores it in a different storage account on the cloud. And the third backup, which stores all that data, but not in your AWS account. It stores somewhere else. It stores it somewhere else. So that is your 3-2-1 rule. So that ensures that even if Amazon itself shut down tomorrow, you would still have a copy of your data because you've stored it not inside Amazon, you've stored it somewhere else. So you could take that .sql database, go on Google, upload it, and have your site live again with all the data. It's not lost. Similarly, you can have automated snapshots, and you can do this for databases. You can even do this for VMs. You can configure automated backups for databases and storage volumes. You could replicate it across regions. So all of these clouds, they have regions like we've seen, like Asia South, like Delhi, Mumbai, Belgium, Kolkata, Singapore. Let's say in their Belgium region, they had a fire and that entire data center that they've got is now not accessible. But you have replicated your data not only in Belgium, but you've also replicated in Singapore. So you could just switch your region and now you can stay live like nothing happened. That is multi-region replication. And you need to test your recovery, of course, because if you think you're taking a backup, you should periodically test that backup to ensure that the backup is correct. Otherwise, as it says here, a backup is useless if you cannot restore it. So data backups are very important. Now, the next part that we are going to see today is something that's been really catching on in the past 2 to 3 years, or maybe the past 3 to 4 years. It's really been catching on. And these are Docker and Kubernetes. The name is a little funny, Kubernetes. And essentially, what drove this change is that we have virtual machines, and that's fantastic. A virtual machine is a virtualization of physical infrastructure, and it is create chunk size virtualization of that physical infrastructure. But let's say within that virtual machine as well, you wanted to have further chunks of applications that run on their own and in their own life cycle without being affected by the OS or without being affected by other factors. That's where you would create a Docker. A Docker is a containerization of an application where it says build once, run anywhere. So let's say you wrote a Python program, and if you write that Python program on Mac, the steps to run a Python program on Mac are different than the steps that would be on a Linux machine and the steps that would be on a Windows machine. But if you Docker containerized it, then the steps are essentially just running that container. which is a standard process. So you could have applications, Python application, Java application, Node.js application, any kind of application. You could have that application and you could just create a container of it, Dockerize it, and run that container anywhere. So this has been a game changer because this has allowed now people to create Dockers of many of the application, many projects have multiple applications inside it. So it's a very challenging task. And let's say you have a Python application, which is, you have to run it in Python world. Then you have a Java application, which you have to run it in Java world. Then you have a Node.js application, which needs to be run in Node.js. So the easiest way is to containerize each of these applications. And now with the serverless computing that we've seen, serverless computing allows you to pick up an entire application and deploy it as a container itself, as a complete container in its own. So what happens here is that you don't need to worry about the running environment of that particular application. You could containerize it and deploy it either on a VM or on serverless computing, or the third option, which is really catching on in the past, 3, 4, 5 years, is Kubernetes, where you have applications where you have multiple containers that need to run together and talk with each other, where you have microservice-based architecture. You can take all these containers. They could be 10 containers, 20 containers, different applications. One is your sales application, one is your marketing application, one is your performance analysis application, one is your front end, one is a logging application, one is user management. You could take all of these microservices and deploy it in a Kubernetes cluster, where all of these applications are deployed as containers in what we call, let's think of it as a Ferris wheel. It's a Ferris wheel. All of the pods that are inside that Ferris wheel are linked to that Ferris wheel. But each of the pod is also separate in its own, that in one I am sitting, in another you might be sitting, in another third somebody else might be sitting, and each might be having their own experience inside that pod. So Kubernetes allows for development and deployment of microservices that are Docker containers. And the beauty about these applications is that they are self-healing. So let's say there is a crash in an application and one container goes down. A Docker container has the ability to self-heal itself, that it will go back into its most healthful state after a crash, which doesn't happen in most VM-based applications. Now, this is a game changer because earlier, if your application crashed on a server, because of one function crashing, all the other functions would also crash. But in this perspective, this this self-healing is absolutely game changer, because even if one application crashes, it's going to attempt to self-heal and come back into its working state. That's one, and it will not affect the other applications that are running in the cluster or running in the microservice links. So this is Kubernetes, and it scales up very well. Let's say your entire architecture scales up and there's suddenly a huge demand, something's gone viral, or you've run a huge ad campaign. Kubernetes will allocate more resources on its own, more RAM to the, and more compute to the services that are requiring more compute, and it will balance all that compute as well. So Kubernetes is being used a lot in enterprises. It's being used a lot in enterprises, and it's completely very popular these days. But it's also very pricey. So I would suggest that if you take a look later at cost of Kubernetes cluster, how it works, you will get an idea about how large scale enterprise applications are working. This is something that's production grade, and lots of users and lots of heavy use cases. So they use Kubernetes. But for most other use cases, standard applications, this is not required. This is really for something that requires a lot of traffic, a lot of compute, a lot of RAM. This is used for that. So what we've seen so far, we've seen cloud. It's got the core component of cloud is a VM, a virtual machine. We've got serverless computing. Serverless computing is things like Lambda, where you just run a piece of code on the cloud instead of a full VM. We've got databases. You can have your SQL database, you can have NoSQL database. Then we've got Docker and Kubernetes, where Dockers are containers and of applications, and you can have multiple containers. And then we've got Kubernetes, which is actually a cluster of Docker containers, 10, 20, 15, 100, no matter how many, it's a cluster of Docker containers. This is all on cloud, and we've seen some pricing, we've seen some different services. It's always a good idea to compare the pricing, because as we've seen that the pricing of certain services is cheaper on one of the clouds and more expensive on the other. So this is something worth checking out. What we will do next is we will take a look into edge computing. So now that we've seen cloud, we've seen how everything has gone to the cloud and we can host all of these applications on the cloud. What we've got now is something that's also really catching on with uh, edge computing. So what is edge computing? Edge computing means lightweight small computers that are used for Internet of Things kind of technologies. So for example, where you want automated office where somebody goes into a region and it automatically turns the lights on in that region, or it keeps a track where how many people or how many people are in a particular region in an office, or the sensors in our car which are picking up the data in terms of how we drive and storing that data, and then allow giving us different telematics analytics and sending that to the cloud. uh, Even where you've got self-driving cars, that's also all edge computing. So you've got computers sitting inside that car that are doing analysis that, okay, where how far is one obstacle to me, or what speed is that car in front driving at, what speed is the car behind me driving at. So this is all edge computing. So edge computing brings computation and data storage closer to the sources of data. This improves the response time and saves the bandwidth. So now the reason this has become possible is because the processors have become very good in the past 10 to 12 years. Some of the very commonly used edge computing hardware for IoT is Raspberry Pi, and the another one is an NVIDIA Jetson. Now, I'm not saying that the computers in our car, which are using self-driving, they are using Raspberry Pis and NVIDIA Jetsons. They're using something much more powerful than that. But Raspberry Pi, you would have heard, is an affordable credit card size computer, ideal for IoT gateways, simple data collection, lightweight edge processing tasks. For example, you could have a warehouse management system where you've got a Raspberry Pi installed, and this Raspberry Pi is connected to 8 sensors, which give you the temperature reading in each corner of that warehouse. Then based on that reading, the Raspberry Pi, it understands that, okay, at the farthest corner, the temperature currently is 20 degrees, but it should be 22. And the Raspberry Pi, because it can connect to the network, it can send data. It sends the data to the, let's say, the AC controller, the HVAC controller, and says that, okay, the temperature at that corner is 22 degrees. So take the temperature down by 2 degrees. But the temperature in this corner is already 20 degrees, so we don't need to do anything. This kind of automated monitoring is possible with systems like Raspberry Pi, and today's Raspberry Pis, they are very high in compute. They have great processors. They come with 8 gigs of RAM. There are many options. There's the 2 gig RAM as well, 4 gig, 8 gigs. It really depends on your use case. But these computers are getting better and better and better as the years go by. So a Raspberry Pi is really small computer. It's just the size of a credit card. You can even connect a keyboard, HDMI. You can connect speakers to it. It's just a chip, basically. And it's used for all kinds of IoT devices. If you needed something a little more powerful and where you wanted to do some AI analytics, you would use a Jetson. So a Jetson basically is a step more advanced than the Raspberry Pi, where the Jetson actually has a onboard GPU. So, and it's a product by NVIDIA, and NVIDIA, everyone knows it's, hugely in the market now. Everyone's talking about it and everyone's mentioning how great NVIDIA is. So Jetson is a project by NVIDIA where it has an onboard GPU, and you can use it for tasks like computer vision. You connect a camera to the Jetson, it'll be able to process that, okay, there are 10 people in this camera frame at any given point of time, and you could do the compute within the Jetson itself. So you wouldn't need to send it to the cloud anywhere. The Jetson is capable enough to do this kind of compute on its own. It has a better processor and a GPU as well. Or if you wanted to do some data analytics or machine learning on the edge, you would use a Jetson. But for a lot of purposes, a Raspberry Pi is good enough. And a Raspberry Pi comes in many variants. It comes in a Zero variant, which is a really lightweight microcontroller. And all the way to Raspberry 5 Pi 5, which has 8 gigs of RAM and a great processor, and it's got everything. There are other edge computing devices as well. If you would have heard of things like Arduino. Then you've got your Rock Pi. There have been others, but the mainstream usage right now is the Raspberry Pi and the NVIDIA Jetson for most of the use cases. Now, if we talk about some of these systems, how they would connect with the cloud, there are many ways. A Raspberry Pi can connect to all of the same mechanisms that any typical application would connect to the cloud with. So it would be um, uh, you know via REST APIs, MQTT, or even it can even connect with protocols like BACnet or Serial, Modbus. All of these kind of protocols can be utilized for these edge devices to connect. Now, we've gone through quite a bit. Let me, before I come to the final part, how we manage, we've got just a compliance management part where we want to talk, there are all these different compliances that are in play in the world, your GDPR, your SOC2, ISO 27000, and then there are other compliances as well, like your PCI DSS. So each of the applications that you build and you deploy, whether it's in the cloud or on-prem servers, they would apply some of these compliances that ensures that you are able to build a secure product and you're able to adhere to data privacy regulations and compliance regulations at different parts of the world. There are other compliances like HIPAA for healthcare. Then there's ISO, SOC Type 1, SOC Type 2, GDPR, and so on and so forth. So it's always a good idea that when you're building a product to do some research about what would be the compliance requirements for that product, and accordingly build around it. So we've seen quite a few things. We've seen cloud, different cloud platforms, different cloud services, pricing for different services, where you would use a VM, where you could use serverless function, what would be the use of a Docker or a Kubernetes, and how we have edge hardware, your Pi and Jetson. So now I would like to open the floor for questions. Pause during the session as itself for any questions. But I would love to hear some questions. And please, the floor is open, and you can send across your questions. I would love to answer them.
Hello, sir. Good
Yeah.
evening.
Hi, good evening. Yes.
Sir, just want to know कि edge computing is a implementation part of IoT, or is a implementation? मतलब what's the actually how IoT and edge computing are connected with each other?
Right, right. So edge computing is a part of IoT, where you have Internet of Things devices, and typically you would have some gateway to connect these devices with. So let's say you have, like the warehouse example I've mentioned, where you have, let's say, 40 sensors that are connected and monitoring temperature and humidity at the different part of a warehouse. Now, the decision making for each of those 40 sensors. So let's say you have 40 sensors and you want to have a centralized place to send that data, which is on premise. the cost for each sensor would increase exponentially if each of the sensors had the capability to connect to the network and send data to the cloud directly. And there could even be the case that there is no internet and the sensors are not able to send the data to the cloud. But the decision making still needs to happen for the particular sensor for that particular warehouse. So we would use a Raspberry Pi. It's a great tool to use for this particular use case where you have 40 sensors. Those sensors are connected to the Raspberry Pi itself via you could have serial based communication. You could have MQTT based local network communication where even if the internet is is not there for the outside world, the internet is connected or the Pi is connected to the sensors and the sensors send the sensor readings to the Pi, and the Pi itself, because it's got the capability to connect and it's basically a computer. It's a computer. It can take a decision that, okay, location one, the temperature is 22 degrees. I need to make sure that it goes down to 20 degrees. Let me send the command to the AC control unit to bring down location one's temperature by 2 degrees. But location 2, it's already 20 degrees. Nothing needs to be done. So I don't need to make any changes. So it's a great tool for decision making at the edge. You don't need to have internet connected. You just connect the sensors to the Pi and it will make the decision and it will allow for the changes to be made accordingly. So that it's a great tool for that. So edge computing is a part of Internet of Things. It's not always the case where uh, where you want to have edge computing. You could have sensors that just read the data and send it to the cloud. There you don't have any edge computing. You just have some sensors that are already connected to the cloud and they send the data there. So you don't have edge computing. But in a lot of cases, you do have edge computing to make decisions, which the computer can do, which the sensor may not have the processing power for. So that's the difference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was a very nice, clear, actually presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I would love to have more questions, please.
Sir, what is the architecture or technique behind this self-healing?
Yes. So self-healing, what happens is that in Docker, it's an inherent ability of Docker and Kubernetes itself. So what happens in Kubernetes is it keeps a track of the health of all those containers. So Kubernetes takes a check that, okay, I have 10 containers that are defined in my architecture. Is each of the container healthy or not? It has a check for it. It just keeps a check that there is no crash, that all the logs are streaming perfectly. There are several ways to do it. But Kubernetes takes a look that, okay, this container has crashed. It is not responding to my pings for health check. Basically, it's a heartbeat check and it stops responding. So what Kubernetes does is that it restores the container to the default state, the state it is when it is first deployed. So sometimes we first deploy an application, it works perfectly, but then something in the code happens 2-3 days later and it crashes. So Kubernetes, it brings the Docker container back to its default state. That is and that allows it for, and it's a very quick process. If if it stops receiving the heartbeat ping within 5 minutes, it'll take the application back to the default state. And that allows it to start right away because it's containerized. So there's no dependency at all. It starts it right away.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for that session and for explaining all the concepts so brilliantly and simply and clearly. And thank you to all the faculty members for joining in and giving your time. And thank you so much. And we'll call it a day today. And we'll see all the faculty members tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.